towards development goals, eradicating development, animal protection, food bank, holistic healthcare, revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism. So all these things the Sri Kailasa United Nations under different banners is doing.
And has been doing since the past more than 26 years.
And protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, recovery of drug abuse, sexual abuse victims, vegetarianism and climate change, uniting nations against contemporary forms of slavery, animal rights, deforestation, ancient heritage, ancient sciences, nutritious food and hunger-free world, indigenous aboriginal nations, feminine empowerment and gender equality. So you can see the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations is working in all the fields to keep the humanity safe. Also, Kailasa's food bank functions based on the Hindu principles of food. Also, the food bank that is very important now in this time of pandemic. The Kailasa's food bank functions on the Hindu principles of food, health, and service with a track record of 26 years.
Please understand, all these things are very crucial for us to understand why this bio war was waged on Kailasa. It is because Kailasa is a safe haven for Hindus in the present ongoing COVID crisis. Adi Kailasa has resources, has more than 100 tons of groceries and grains alone just for protecting the citizens of Kailasa and whoever comes to Kailasa for refuge. In times of crisis, it has been accumulated over almost a decade, and all these things are there to support humanity in these difficult times. Now, if Adi Kailasa is attacked, it is going to have a profound effect on humanity. Please understand, Adi Kailasa has done mega government projects which even a government would not dare. For example, in 2012, Kailasa executed a big a big flood relief project in Pondicherry and literally recovered an entire state. Pondicherry is a union territory, and the entire state had machinery had collapsed, and Adi Kailasa had the Kailasa volunteers and the welfare forces had gone there and recovered the entire state, including odd works like fixing the transformer lines, and made sure that within less than 7 days, the state was back functioning. We even cleared the roads of blockages with JCBs and made sure that each and every citizen of Pondicherry had food. Such massive projects are executed on a regular basis. Every Paurnami festival in Tiruvannamalai, more than 3 million people are served free organic food. More than 3 million visitors and pilgrims are served free organic food. The Kailasa ecosystem has served more than 1 billion meals in the past 26 years.
So you can see the contribution the Kailasa is doing for the humanity and humanity in large and Hinduism in particular.
And the Kailasa food bank is an important component in this. That is why the attack on Adi Kailasa is not just a simple attack. It is an attack on the food security of a large chunk of an impoverished population of India.
Also, we will be just going through quickly the different functions, the different organizations and activities of Kailasa, like Kailasa's organic agriculture and animal shelter.
Kailasa's organic agriculture, which is done in some of the specialized monastic complexes of the Kailasa ecosystem, such as Rajapalyam, grow organic rice and grains, which are used in the Kailasa food bank system, food distribution system, and cater to millions of Hindus and millions of citizens of irrespective of their religion, caste, creed, race.
Yes.
And this is another target of this.
So there are more than
bio-war.
100 locations where this is happening. Also, Kailasa is working for sustainable development.
There are many farmers who are connected with the Kailasa ecosystem, and our organic grains are sourced from these farmers, and it's a huge network of sustainable agriculture ecosystem.
Then we have Kailasa's women empowerment. Kailasa is working extensively on women empowerment. As per the vision of Swamiji, not only male will be doing the puja in the temples, Garbha Mandir, even all genders. So Swamiji has opened all his temples for all the genders.
All the 11 genders.
Not only male or female, but all the genders can do. So that includes automatically that empowers the females, and also all the in the Kailasa administration, the women are at the top positions. So the women empowerment by the Kailasa organization is at the peak.
And these are some of the things which anti-Hindu extremist militants do not like, who find these things against their ideologies and who attack the Kailasa ecosystem because of their counter views on against Kailasa's progressive stance toward gender equality.
So here you can see that 90%, the greatest Hindu nation today is 90% administered by women. So Kailasa has 90% women in the administration. And it's also Swamiji has opened the door into initiation into Hinduism's exceptional order, the monastic order. So the being initiated into sannyas, that door has been opened by Swamiji for the woman or for the female sannyasis. So this is the woman empowerment in Kailasa.
Kailasa is also protecting ancient sciences from the depths of Hinduism, such as Hindu medicine, Hindu sciences of power manifestation, Hindu biology, Hindu alchemy, and Hindu physics, including sciences of Vaimanika Shastra and Hindu cosmology and Hindu mathematics.
So you can see 2008 Vedic fire ritual for world peace being performed by members of the sovereign order of Kailasa.
This is from Pondicherry, the very place which we mentioned a few moments ago, where a huge flood relief activity was done in 2012. So it is not just the religious services, not just the social services, all kinds of services are offered to all the ecosystems of Kailasa, wherever the Kailasa ecosystem was able to root itself without fear of persecution.
So Kailasa is contributing in the women empowerment, for animal rights, for food security, for sustainable development in all the ways. And the main component is the spiritual component that you can see. The Vedic fire ritual means the yajna or homa that was happening there. Also, you can see the food being cooked during the Thani cyclone. The date is 2011. In the December of 2011, this cyclone Thani happened, and Swamiji reached there by 1st of January 2000. It was the Swamiji's birth date, like the
celebration
Jayanti
of his birth star as per Hinduism. But Swamiji cancelled all plans and rushed to help the victims of this cyclone.
And you can see Swamiji himself is cooking during that time.
And similarly, just like how Swamiji has done it before, Swamiji is doing again and has opened the doors for the COVID-affected people of India to have themselves in Adi Kailasa and protect themselves through a multi-layered quarantine facility and get the best benefit out of the services which Swamiji has enabled for the welfare of entire humanity.
Meditation classes conducted in local schools by Kailasa's White Om and Sovereign Order of Kailasa. So meditation classes also were being conducted different places, you can see, in schools, and making the people ready to live the enlightened lifestyle.
The Hindu lifestyle and the big and ancient Hindu festivals and pilgrimages like the Kumbh Mela, the festival of Kumbh Mela was taken to the world, to other continents where such grand Hindu pilgrimage and Hindu festivals were never celebrated before. This we see in the 2006 the first conference of world peace to honor the memory of those who had lost their life during the terrorist attack at the World Trade Centers. During the same uh, during the same travel, Swamiji had also brought Kumbh Mela to other continents such as the North America.
At that time, in 2001, Swamiji was only 23 years old. This point is most important. At it was 2006 when it happened. So Swamiji was 28 years old at that time. Also, you can see January 2009 Peace March to unite people of all regions for peace was initiated by heads in southern India.
So we have seen in the previous segment where Devi had revealed that she had planned that the Krimi Bhojanam hell should not open in India. And for that, she had planned that Swamiji would be doing a Padayatra to all the Jyotirlingas, the sacred pilgrimage spots of Hinduism by walk. Swamiji would be doing.
Actually, the 12 Jyotirlingas are the special lingas, the Shiv lingas, which are located at various places in India. And all these have very high spiritual significance. And Swamiji, he had the plan to do the Padayatra from the southern tip of India to the northern tip of India, going through all these 12 Jyotirlingas.
And the picture which we see is precisely of that yatra, that pilgrimage which Swamiji had started. And it is exactly this time that a huge attack was waged on the Kailasa ecosystem by anti-Hindu forces who had launched a massive smear campaign using media machinery, media mafia forces, which continues till date.
You can see the amount on the number of people who have joined in for different peacekeepers peace walk by peacekeepers of Sovereign Order of Kailasa. So such is the phenomenon.
And we understand that such a huge number of people, such a huge number of volunteers and a huge number of citizens of Kailashas follow Swamiji and do all these social services like we have been mentioning. More than 1 billion free food, sattvic meals have been served by Kailasa over the past 26 years, with more than 3 million served during a single festival alone, like such as the Purnami, almost every month. How was this made possible? We see in the picture that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Guru Swamiji, is serving food to people with a bandage on his hand. Please understand, this bandage was because of a multiple compound fracture which Swamiji's body underwent when he fell from a horse. The bones actually protruded out of the skin and broke. If anybody is from a medical background or has seen anybody in their family with a multiple compound fracture, it is extremely painful. The bones had actually tore the skin and come out. And that is why if anybody has taken darshan from Swamiji in a very close setting, they will notice a huge stitch. So it is during that moment when his hand was fractured, a steel implant was inserted. This picture is after 2 years of that steel implant having been removed as the bones had joined. And immediately after the operation for removing the steel implant, Swamiji was offering Annadan, the sacred organic food. Why? Because when we do good to the people, their blessings, it comes to us and it actually heals us. That is one part of the spiritual alchemy process, but the inspiration it infuses, just see the smiling faces of the volunteers around, the monks around, it just infuses the energy that
the important point is that even when Swamiji had hundreds of followers who could do these activities, why Swamiji took up this act to show the people that service to the Shiv Bhaktas is the real service.
The service to the devotees of Shiva, Bhagwan Shiva, is service to Lord Shiva.
So to inculcate this habit into the people so that they love serving the Bhaktas, Swamiji himself is serving.
So please understand, it is not a pain. Even if it is a pain, that pain is turned into a nectarine experience because it's a service to God.
Also, all these activities you are seeing that the monks of Kailasa, Nithyananda Sovereign Order, they donated blood all the time, like so many social services Kailasa has done.
And in this picture, we see that the representatives of the Kailasha's Red Home, which is Kailasha's wing, which deals with national calamities and food security issues, handing over their collected donation to the Karnataka's Chief Minister's Relief Fund. So the revenue, which the donation, the funds which Kailasha raises, it shares with the government, the local governments, to empower them for their various missions. In this capacity, Kailasha, and by the way, a point to be noted is Kailasha never receives any funds from the government. Kailasha only raises funds and empowers their local governments so that they can do the required welfare projects for the people. In that sense, Kailasha is something much more than a super government, which is meant to enlighten people and provide all the social services and the peace and the harmony which is required for people to have the experience of living enlightenment. In this spiritual conference and meditation program led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is from 27th April 2008. We see a large gathering of people from Tamil Nadu. In this, we see the erstwhile president of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, expresses and extends his greetings to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the work, the welfare
Fifth
work.
anniversary of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham. So why we are showing all this is, so we want to tell the viewers that the contribution of Kailasa, how the Kailasa is contributing, why the attacks will follow after that, why the attack on Kailasa, because Kailasa is the last ship which is keeping the Hinduism alive, which is the last hope of not only Hinduism but humanity as well. So all these attacks are happening to destroy this ship, to destroy this last ship which is going to save humanity and Hinduism. That's why we are showing that what are the contributions past 26 years. It is necessary to remind that you do not forget that why the attacks are happening is not because of some any other reason. It's because of the contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing along with the Sangha, the Kailasa organization and Kailasa nation. So you can see the Swamiji's picture with the former president of India, late APJ Abdul Kalam.
We see that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized for his immense contribution towards humanity by various dignitaries, diplomats from around all corners of the world. This is the California Legislative Assembly of Norway recognizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as an enlightened master and a modern mystic who has taught the science of attaining endless happiness
through meditation. So you can see the words, they mention attain endless happiness through meditation. So the whole world was recognizing the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
We see this similar certificate of recognition from Montclair, the city of Montclair. And for all our viewers who might not be aware, the city of Montclair celebrates one of the days of the year as Paramhamsa Nithyananda Day. The city has declared one of the day in celebration of their experiences with Swamiji. So it is a very rare privilege.
Also, there were multiple recognitions from multiple places, California legislature, and all these places. You can see city, keys to the city. Actually, the keys to the city were given to Swamiji. It's
an honorary title where the keys of the city of Artesia, California, was given to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism
on 29th March 2009. So you can see how far Swamiji has reached. Swamiji has not only impacted India, he was making his impact even in the US.
And this is in Canada on 1st September 2009. Jim Cargians, the member of parliament from Toronto, recognized the Supreme Pontiff for his contribution as a global peace ambassador. This is from Oklahoma City, USA on the 6th October 2009, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized for his unselfish service to the people of Oklahoma City while serving their for their spiritual well-being.
So there are so many recognitions.
So this is an ordinary postal stamp published by the Postal Department of India on the occasion of Kumbh Mela on 30th April 2016. You can see the picture of Swamiji where a postal stamp which is used throughout the country was issued with the picture of
It
Swamiji.
is a rare honor given to extraordinary people. So Swamiji was recognized even by the government of India. The postal department is a government of India department. It also recognized the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the occasion of Kumbh Mela. So the recognition was from all sides, from the government side, from former president, you see, from different other governments, from charitable trusts, from common people, from everyone. Swamiji was getting the recognition.
This we see from the state of California, the Senate recognizing and congratulating His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for highlighting and educating the community on Kumbh Mela. As we were sharing, Swamiji took Kumbh Mela to the US. This is a certificate from the Akhil Bharati Akhada Parishad, dated 11th October 2015, where the Akhil Bharati Akhada Parishad recognized that the Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University is authorized to conduct the Kumbh Mela festival officially
outside
outside
India.
India. It's
So
the
any
only
organization that can conduct the Kumbh Mela in Nithyananda University is the only organization which has been authorized. So you can see this letter is signed by the Mahant Narendra Giri, who is the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of this
is the head of the Akhil Bharati
Khada
Akhada
Parishad.
Parishad. This we see is one of the Guinness Book of World Records in Kundalini Rajju Yoga on the 30th September 2017.
So not only through social services, through spiritual services, even through these activities like yoga, Swamiji has got recognition. The Guinness World of Records. You can see here the another record was given for the pole yoga, the Shivastambha yoga.
Shivastambha Yoga dated 3rd October 2017.
And then the Om creation of the largest Om human
chain
Om
of
symbol
Om on the 16th December 2017. So this is what we were mentioning earlier. 18th October 2017, the city of Montclair declared the day 18th October as Paramahamsa Nityananda Day in recognition of the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism towards the superconscious evolution of humanity. On 1st January 2012, this is precisely the day when actually Swamiji had gone to Pondicherry to do the relief work without caring about anything. Around that time, Swamiji was also named as among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities by the renowned esoteric magazine Body, Mind, Spirit. So please understand, this is despite the massive amount of persecution which was done to Swamiji, where he, as a very young monk, survived this persecution and actually expanded his mission to more than 33 countries and then extended it to more than 50 countries over the years, in spite, and that's despite all the persecution.
And actually, the Nithyananda Hindu University has satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. So you can consider, you can just imagine how far is the reach. And this is from 31st March 2018, when Swamiji was conferred with honorary doctorate in humanities by the Commonwealth University.
This is a recognition by the United Nations Global Development Organization for the contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for superconscious evolution of humanity. This is from 25th April 2019 by Azteca University in Mexico, giving an honorary doctorate degree to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his contribution in the field of superconsciousness. So coming back to how the COVID-19 has been impacting us, COVID-19 has exposed the vulnerabilities in our systems, in our administrative systems, the failures, the multiple failures in the state machinery, in the media, in the way people live fundamentally as a society. And it's a time where we have to introspect and understand what are the practical implications of these blind spots and how we can deal with it, and also to see how these blind spots are being exploited by the biowar waged on Adi Kailasha, which is actually targeting humanity in totality.
So we can see the black fungus that is attacking human beings. It is one of the biowars that is happening. Why? Because all these are created somewhere.
See, please understand, we might agree or disagree when it comes to the COVID-19, the virus behind the COVID-19, that it might be, we might agree or disagree that it might be natural or man-made. But when it comes to black fungus, it is very much man-made. The reason being that black fungus is not a new disease. It has been there for a long time. But why is there such a spike in black fungus is because the very treatment which is administered to the COVID-19 patient, the steroids which are used to cure COVID-19 patients, the same steroids are making the body of these patients highly vulnerable and susceptible to this black fungus infection. So we are having a cure which is not solving the problem, but actually compounding it, because people actually survive COVID-19. The death rate is very less.
Yes, it's less than 1% actually.
But if you look at COVID-19, black fungus,
the death rate is
50%. So if two people are affected by black fungus, one of them dies. It is so fatal.
And Devi, in one of the Parashakti Akashic reading, has very clearly said that it is a biowar opened against the people. So the biowar used now is coming in various ways. One of the ways is the seeds. Another way is the diseases. So you can see the black fungus, which is more fatal than COVID-19 itself. It kills 50% of the people. And so
it is, and the situation which you are facing, it is not natural for sure, because only the people who are administered the treatment for COVID-19 through the use of excessive steroids, only these people are susceptible and vulnerable. Other people are not affected, because these steroids are destroying the immunity of the people, of the patients.
And because of all these attacks in India, you can see so many people are dying that the crematoriums are working at the peak of their capacity, and there is such lack of woods and the place to burn them. The people are choosing to throw their loved ones in rivers. That you can see here, 2,000 bodies found within 1,140 kilometers on banks of river Ganga in Uttar Pradesh.
So we can say on an average, every 500 meters, there's a dead body in river Ganga, a dead body of a COVID patient in Ganga. And it is not a Hindu ritual or any ritual of any community where dead bodies are thrown in the river, because as per Hinduism, bodies are burnt. So what we are seeing is not a ritual, it is not a tradition, neither it is an error, because we know that the government in the past, even for doing Visarjan, departing with clay deities, when people and Hindu monks have departed with the clay deities and done the Visarjan in the soil, in the river, the police has beaten Hindu monks with lathis, with batons. Why? Because they consider it illegal, they consider it wrong.
They consider it as polluting Ganga. But whereas these 2,000 bodies were thrown in Ganga without anyone asking any question, without any acknowledgement from the government side, without any inquiry. Even see, who are these people? No one knows.
Rather, we are having an elaborate explanation of the possible reasons why people might have dumped it. It's not a question of finding who shot the gun, or just finding out if you see a smoking gun barrel. It's not about that. It is about the responsibility. Who killed them? How they died? Who dumped their bodies It is a combined responsibility, and it cannot be washed by just handing over the smoking gun barrel to someone's hand and blaming that person. It is a responsibility where the state and the sections of the administration are failing, where they are hyperactive in beating Hindu monks when they are doing Visarjan, but there is not anybody batting an eyelid when patients, COVID 19 victims, are put in the Ganga waters.
Also, this is very important fact that we need to brought out. The vaccines that are being given to prevent corona are creating mutant viruses.
So this was revealed by one of the this possibility was revealed by a Nobel Prize winner, and the news report expresses it as a bombshell, but denied this was denied, and the scientist was dismissed and heavily criticized. But guess what happened subsequently? Over the period of time, the authorities started acknowledging that yes, corona might be airborne, on all these and all these things which the scientists have been revealing, the society, the authorities started acknowledging. And subsequently, what happened? The authorities came to the positive conclusion: yes, corona is spreading through the air,
and create the variants are being created through the vaccine. That the Professor Luc Montagnier has said that epidemiologists know but are silent about the phenomenon known as antibody dependent enhancement. So the more the cure is being given, the more diseases are getting created. For example, when the vaccines are getting created, they lead to creating variants of the virus. Once the treatment is given, it leads to black fungus. So this COVID-19, whether it is being treated or it is being prevented, in both the cases, new diseases are being produced.
So whether you take a vaccine or whether you go through a treatment once you are infected, both the ways it's dangerous. The only way to protect yourself is to quarantine yourself through a multi-layered protective quarantine, which Devi has herself repeatedly emphasized and Swamiji has provided.
Also, you can see WHO warns it could take up to 5 years before the coronavirus pandemic is under control.
Please understand, there's no government which is revealing this. This is the World Health Organization, because the World Health Organization is an organization without the fear of winning the elections. That is why it can transparently and responsibly, relatively much more transparently and responsibly, share what are the important findings to the people all around the globe.
One of the points here is, within 2 years, the economy of the world is crunching. All the people see, a major portion of the population has been pushed in the poverty line because of the continuous lockdowns, and so many employment has been snatched away from the people. So the people are being pushed into poverty and destituteness. So what is the way for them? How they can survive till 2025?
And please understand, the gap between the rich and the poor has increased already a lot. And these are all reports, public reports available. Home quarantine. And in these crisis moments, home quarantine is not possible. And it has been accepted by the chief minister of Assam. And it has also been accepted by many of the government authorities,
including Maharashtra. So you can see powerful countries of the world closing their borders. All these countries, like you can see the Australia, COVID, Bangladesh extends ongoing India border closer. So even Australia, Bangladesh, USA, Australia, everyone, UK, all the UKs, all the big countries, major countries are closing their borders with India.
In fact, head of one of the companies which manufactures vaccines in India, COVID vaccines in India, the CEO fled to the UK before they closed their borders for immigrations.
So you can see this whole thing where the big countries, they are closing their borders for India.
Not just the big countries, even countries like Bangladesh, which are considered much smaller in terms of economy and influence, both.
But when first world countries closed their borders during this massive global recession, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception.
So this is where the Kailasha is much beyond a civilizational nation. It is much more than a government. It is much more than a super government. It's a responsibility based enlightenment ecosystem there to serve people. So we should understand by this the kind of impact that Kailasha is already having on humanity, and precisely for this reason it was targeted.
And you can see Devi has revealed that Bharata is a land where the enlightened beings happen again and again. And we cannot afford to lose this enlightenment land, that Bharatam. We cannot lose the enlightenment warmth. That's why it's so important to keep this ecosystem alive. So you can see different revelations by Devi Parashakti is saying that for India, I made SIP as protection, the Nithyananda Pasan. So we have seen in the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading that how the Hindu birth is important because it is the best of the best. And those who took the Hindu birth, they had the responsibility of keeping the dharma alive. But once they forgot it, that is one of the cause for this pralaya to happen and to teach them and align them to their purpose of life.
And please understand, Adi Kailasha is not just the place where people are finding a safe haven, protecting themselves from COVID, quarantining themselves in a multi-layer quarantine. It is also the place where Swamiji has installed the Navapasha Ananda Linga, which has immense healing properties, which when we bathe under the energized water falling from the Ananda Linga on people, when people bathe in that, various ailments are healed. And this is one of the solutions which Devi revealed for them to protect themselves from this pandemic.
So also Swamiji is mentioning here that the whole Kailasa ecosystem is prepared to keep the people safe during the deluge, this pralaya. And this whole thing was under construction. This whole thing was being planned well ahead in time. Since more than 10 years, more than a decade, Swamiji was preparing all of the Kailasa Adhinams in India and abroad to be prepared for this pralaya. You can see in one of the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti revealed that the Kailasa ecosystem in Malaysia, which Swamiji was trying to create from 2004 itself, when he started his multiple visits to Malaysia, and he actually established the Kailasa in Malaysia twice, which was lost due to the indifference of the people who were entrusted to manage that. So that ecosystem was lost. The only ecosystem now left which can save the humanity during this pandemic is the Kailasa, Adi Kailasa ecosystem. And Swamiji says that he already revealed this to the people, that multi-layer quarantine is the only way to keep the people safe. And Kailasa, the Adi Kailasa campus and other campuses in India, like 12 campuses have Swamiji has opened, only these 12 components have the capacity to give the multi-layer quarantine to the people.
So we already heard, and I'm just revisiting the fact that even the chief minister of Assam has accepted that home quarantine is not possible. At the same time, the government is not even revealing that if the government is having any project to enable multi-level quarantine. So here we see how the Kailasha ecosystem is much ahead of the government. I do not know, and I do not claim that the government will be providing such multi-level quarantine facility, or the government can even provide such multi-level quarantine facility. But I feel it is one of the responsibilities of Kailasha as the only Hindu nation to extend its services, which Swamiji has done and nobody is able to do.
You can see the 12 care centers, the COVID care centers, which are opened across India. These 12 centers are opened for anyone. It's not based on your faith. It's not based on if you are following Swamiji, then only you can enter.
It's not based on your faith, whether you follow Swamiji or not. It's not based on your caste. It's not based on your skin color. It's not based on your race. These are open to everybody.
Even people from other religions, which are not followers of Hinduism, even if they want and they fill up the form, they can come inside and they can stay. So all these 12 centers, these COVID care centers, are open for anyone who decides that the life is more important. And then they can fill up the form. Please fill up the form at kailasa.org/Kailasa care.
So we see that we have a list of 12 such centers, but in 2010 alone, 54 such centers were destroyed. The reason why I'm mentioning is after 54 destruction of 54 such centers, you can see how we are left with only 12. And in the past 1 decade, if not for persecution, surely this would have become 500 or maybe even 5,000. But the significance of these destruction of these 54 centers which happened in Tamil Nadu alone in 2010 is they want to make Adi Kalasha the 55th. The target, why these 54 centers were targeted, for the same reason Adi Kalasha today is targeted by the bio war.
You can see what are the things given to the people who are coming for the preventive quarantine facility. They are given free grocery, free accommodation, free medical services, free internet, mask, everything is given free without any commitment from their side. So even the things like castor oil and haritaki, which are not which are not a part of the, which are not needed, but it is given out of compassion of the Parashakti on Swamiji, that he is providing everything to anyone who comes in. Immunity boosters, supplements, everything is being given to the people. You can see this Navapashan Linga that we were discussing about is one of the ways Devi Parashakti has mentioned the people will be saved in the coming times. This Navapashan Linga was created much ahead, almost in 2012 itself.
Not 2012, actually 12 years from 2021. So almost somewhere around 2009.
So this was established. This is a 21 feet long, 21 feet high Shivlinga, which is created with now Pashana, 9 herbs, which are, if taken singly, they are like poison. But in a special mix, in a special combination, they become such herb which gives immunity to anyone who baths under the water of this Shivlingam.
It's a very special herbal alchemy process as per the ancient Hindu sciences.
Which is actually the last Siddha who knew this science. Before dying, he gave this knowledge to Swamiji, and Swamiji has himself, you can see in the picture, Swamiji has by his own hands working to create this whole alchemic process. And this whole Navapashan Linga was created under the direct micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see Swamiji doing the Abhishekam to this lingam. And you can see the thousands of small lingas, Shivlingas placed all around the main Anand Sarovar Shivlinga, Ved Sarovar Shivlinga. Also, you can see the whole preparation.
So Adi Kailasa, we were discussing the 100 tons of groceries which are there in Adi Kailasha, which have been built up over almost a decade of purchase and production in our organic farms, such as in Rajapalyam. And these have been, and this entire facility, what we see in Adi Kailasha, has been created just for such times of crisis. In ancient India, in ancient Hindu nations, we had every single temple with a warehouse for having
spiritual services. All these things are given completely free of cost to all the people whoever comes in any of the campuses of the Kailasa ecosystem. The large open sky and the space for the people to have their recreational activities, to enjoy your morning walk, which you may not be having right now because of the fear of COVID pandemic outside. Because if you go out, first of all, it is lockdown, you cannot go out. Even if the lockdown is open and you venture out, there will always be a fear. What if you can? What if you catch the infection?
And please understand, even the air, the virus, the new variants of the virus have become airborne, and it's not a allegation or a theory anymore. Authorities such as in the United States have openly acknowledged that they delayed in accepting this. Even the WHO has pointed towards this.
You can see the large spaces, all these places, organic farming was being done, and the people enjoying their morning routine.
So these are the people, the first batch of the people who have availed the quarantine facility to protect themselves from this COVID-19 pandemic. We see the herbs being planted and uh, being uh, sourced by by specialists who are preparing herbal juices and herbal teas for the benefit of people to increase their immunity in these difficult times. So we saw how the Adi Kailasha has been contributing, how the Kailasha nation has been contributing. We have seen the all these things, and especially in terms of COVID, how the Adi Kailasha has been preparing for
We
more
have
than a
seen
decade.
the achievements and recognitions which Swamiji received. We have seen the contribution and its impact, what Kailasa has done. We have seen the preparation and the way Kailasa, the Adi Kailasa campus, is giving to the people who have decided to come inside. So we have seen the whole spectrum of how Swamiji is contributing, how the Kailasa nation and Kailasa organization is contributing, and has how the Kailasa, Adi Kailasa ecosystem is contributing towards the humanity, towards Hinduism, and towards the well-being of the mankind. But now we need to bring out a very important fact that in spite of the fact that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa nation, and Adi Kailasa is so much contributing towards the world, humanity, there are some people, some vested interests who do not want these activities to continue.
And the kind of attacks that they have done so far, let us have a glance over these attacks.
Anti-Hindu militant forces have a long history of executing a massive persecution and genocide against Nithyananda, Swami Paramhams, His Divine Holiness. Against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Swami, and his devotees. Targeted persecution of minorities of Tamil origin in Karnataka. This is one of the major problems in India. Is the some of the vested interest in politics? What they are doing is they are creating this tussle between two different groups in the name of language, in the name of ethnicity, or some way, because the vote bank politics is such that they create distances between the people so that they can make one group of the people as their vote bank. For example, this attack, this fight between the Kannadigas and the Tamilians, the people who speak Tamil language and the people who speak Kannada language. So the people who are living in Karnataka and are from Tamil origin are facing a massive persecution in Karnataka because of the fact that they are using a different language.
Actually, this entire persecution is driven by politics around what we call as linguistic violence. This violence is completely man-made, and it is created for inciting people to identify themselves as separate groups and then encashing these benefits for vote bank politics. Such discrimination was not present in India before, that's around 200 years ago, where in fact this region was a part of a state which included both the present day Tamil Nadu and the present day Karnataka. So the fundamental borders was not even visible. So what happened during this, during the past 200 years is that after colonization, the borders of the states was newly carved, and there was a redistribution of the people of different ethnicity. There were political groups who took advantage of this and created a backlash between the two groups so that they could encash votes. Based on this, they developed a hatred propaganda around the distribution of water between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Of course, there are problems and challenges related to the sustainable use of water in the country, but it is on another cheap level where vested interest extremist forces have used this problem as a political wedge for their vested interest and gains. In the past, this dispute over water has been one of the reasons because of which various kinds of violent attacks have been happening in the state of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. It happened on 13 December 1991, and it all in continuing all the date till 14 December 1991. This has affected businesses where more than 15,000 people of Tamil ethnicity were forced to flee from the state. Such targeting of ethnic minorities of Tamil origin continued over the decades and was incited by the hate propaganda created by politically owned New Hindutva media.
So you can see that how the Neo Hindutva worldview, which targets people from other faiths and other ideologies, is affecting the smooth functioning of this ecosystem.
So we understand that the Neo Hindutva ideology has got nothing to do with Hinduism. It was created as a backlash to the colonial narratives, and it was used for vote bank politics, and it continues to spill hatred into India and divide people for petty gains.
One of the major flaws of the Neo Hindutva ideology is its behavior towards the gender minorities. Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have a broad view of the genders. Actually, Kailasa recognizes the 11 genders. And Swamiji, as we already mentioned, has opened all his temples for puja for all the 11 genders. But the Neo Hindutva gang, what it does, it has a narrow view of them, and it behaves in a discriminatory manner with the people who are from other genders.
And also with the people who respect and recognize other genders, the 11 genders. And as many of our devotees might not be knowing, that Kailasa allows gay marriages. It has revealed rituals from the depth of Hindu tradition, which allows gay marriage. We hear various sections of various kinds of political remarks like being gay is against Hindutva, it needs a cure, or homosexuality is not a crime, but it is against nature. This has been an ideology which has been developed by the founders of the Neo Hindutva worldview. It was developed in the guise of modernity. This with the goal of homogenizing the entire society of the subcontinent of India into a homogeneous group which they could exclusively control. The kind of liberal, progressive stand which Hinduism took was against their political agenda, and that is why they needed a narrative to show Hinduism as anti-modern. With that, they also filled the people with hatred towards core Hindu principles, the Hindu Veda Agamas, and used sophisticated media propaganda to realize their goals. The Sannyas Sampradaya ordained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is very special in that it ordains women into the roles of priest, something which is not common and also condemned by various sections of the new Hindutva extremists. The fact that the Nithyananda organization, the Kailasa, is has one of the highest number of female leaders, and that also in the role of priest. And not just that, they are monks also. So this combination of these three facts, women empowerment in priestly roles, and who have taken the vows of sannyas, the vows of a Hindu monk, this combination was not acceptable to the new Hindutva extremists.
Especially, Swamiji has given this sannyas not only to the Hindu community who belong to the upper caste or the general category, even to the scheduled castes, which were traditionally impoverished, and the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, women. All these things, when Swamiji started to give them initiation into sannyas and empower them, that which has that has hit the new Hindutva gang badly, and they wanted to take revenge from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his broad perspective, broad view.
So we see in this particular news article from the Business Standard, it reads, female Hindu priest breaking into male passion, but equality is still a dream. So this is in 2005, a paper titled Gender and Priesthood, the Hindu Tradition by Vasudha Narayan, distinguished professor at the University of Florida's Department of Religion, wrote that when I first came in as a student to the Harvard Divinity School in 1975, several students asked me if women could become priests in Hinduism. Over 4 decades later, the question posed to Narayan continues to be pertinent and unresolved. So here we have a testimonial how the question that can women become priests in Hinduism, it remains unresolved. But guess what? It's a matter of fact and day-to-day life in Kailasa. And this is what is highly disliked by the new Hindutva extremists. We see Mas Nitya Supriyananda Swami, the world's first woman Dalit Hindu monk from the ASMT community, especially from the ASMT community,
the Adi Seva Manity
tradition. And we see her performing the most important rituals in the main sanctum sanctorium at the Kailasa, Adi Kailasa temple.
Nityanandeshwar Parameshwar Devalayam in Adi Kailasa, Ma Nitya Supriyananda Swami is doing the Avishekam of the Moolavar, the main Linga. Being a first woman Dalit Hindu. Here, two things needs to be highlighted. First thing is, being a woman itself, most of the places it's not allowed.
Actually, four things, Gyana Prabhaji: woman, priest, monk from a Dalit background.
So all these four things, which is a very revolutionary idea, because the new Hindutva gang, whether it promotes anything, the core of its ideology is to keep the people in status quo, not letting them change the way they are progressing.
And this is one of the problems which has been identified in international studies. It's called intersectionality, where, for example, a person of a color might not face a problem in a business transaction. A woman might not face a problem in a business transaction, but a woman of color suddenly faces a problem in a business transaction because the clients see her as untrustworthy. So this is because she is a part of two minorities put together, and that makes her subject to discrimination, which is not otherwise apparent. So we see here people who are highly discriminated. The Dalit community is highly discriminated. The women, as we know traditionally, are unfortunately discriminated. on top of this, when we add all these layers together, the most discriminated communities are empowered and respected as and respected in our day-to-day life. So this is what the new Hindutva extremists dislike. We see similar pictures of uh, other Hindu female monks performing the beautiful ritual of arati, showing the lit lamp to the deities of the
Nithyanandeswara
Nithyanandeswara
Paramshiva
Paramashiva
Devalaya.
Devalaya at Adi Kailasha.
So you can see the empowerment of woman being done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in this picture, you can see the most controversial thing that the new Hindutva find is Swamiji appearing as in the bhava of Devi.
So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been giving Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan since more than a decade. But if our devotees, especially who have been following Swamiji for more than a decade, they must have, they know this very well, that for the past 1 decade, especially after 2010 until almost 2020, we did not witness, literally, we can count in our fingers the number of Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshans we witnessed. However, we see after 2020, we see Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshans almost multiple times a week. Why is it possible? Because when Swamiji was giving Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan in India during when the Neo Hindutva forces were attacking him, they made it impossible for Swamiji to give Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan because it was highly criticized by them. It was the reason why they attacked him with the excessive hate propaganda,
using the media machinery.
And
actually,
the state machinery.
It needs to be mentioned that during Swamiji's illegal arrest, these questions were asked to Swamiji about his gender, why he dresses up in during the female Bhav Samadhi Darshan, the Devi Bhav Samadhi Darshan, why he dresses up like a female. All these questions were asked to Swamiji to mock him, to ridicule him,
and to hurt his religious sentiments.
And the news articles, the newspapers, and the media, they took the bits and pieces of these questionnaires, which the agencies were asking to Swamiji, and they ridiculed Swamiji. And they made fun, saying that the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan is some kind of cross-dressing. Actually,
it was made a criminal offense because they filed false cases on Swamiji. In fact, Swamiji was illegally arrested and detained. And when he was detained, the question was raised by the police. It was both in ridicule and as a legal harassment, where they were discussing in what kind of prison they should keep Swamiji. They finally kept Swamiji in what they called as a woman's prison, because they said they did not know the gender of Swamiji, and they made a huge fuss about it in the media. Please understand, even false cases under various sections of the IPC were filed, such as unnatural sex on Swamiji, just because Swamiji was giving Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The Hindu religious principles were used to persecute Swamiji. And it is not that only Swamiji is giving the Bhava Samadhi Darshan in the modern times. Even Bhagwan Ramakrishna Paramahamsa used to give Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And we know that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was also attacked and heavily criticized, but it was not so much by the Neo Hindutva extremists. It was by writers who are not aware of the Hindu culture. But here we see the Neo Hindutva extremists who are supposedly the part of the Indian ecosystem. They were the ones who attacked Swamiji so much. And that is precisely the reason why in the past 1 decade, if you scan the entire Nithyanandapedia also, you will not find one picture of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. It was made impossible. Here, one thing also needs to be mentioned. Till Swamiji came, most of the leaders were from a particular community, who are called like the priestly community. But Swamiji does not belong to that community. So one of the reasons why Swamiji is so much attacked is because he has entered into a bashan
which is not his. So,
as per the perception of the new Hindutva extremists.
they want this exclusivity, or they have the right, they feel they have the right over the exclusive rights over the spirituality component of Hinduism, and anyone else enter into that field who does not belong to a particular caste or community, they are against that person. That's why there is has been so much of attack on Swamiji from the day he started his public life. Even in 2001, 2003, when Swamiji was very young and has just started his spiritual life, this public life, he was being attacked because he is not from the priest community. And also Swamiji in 2003 itself, in this picture, Swamiji was giving the Devi Bhav Samadhi Darshan. So all these things which made Swamiji special, and because Swamiji was following the core Hindu principles, which the Neo Hindutva gang has long forgotten. They felt threatened, and they are from that time, they are trying to attack Swamiji and somewhere destroy his work, his credibility, or his property. So, on one of such attack is happening every year, and one such happened recently, in which unsolicited seeds were sent to Adi Kailasa as an act of biological warfare.
We don't know. We can never know. We might never know who were behind these seeds, but we know the nature, the intention of these anti-Hindu forces who have sent these seeds. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that Veda Agamas recognize 11 gender, and he has prescribed specific temple rituals to solemnize gay marriage, which is otherwise considered taboo in today's mainstream Hinduism. Moreover, he has declared he himself transcends gender, and consequently he has suffered vicious persecution for his bold and progressive stand on LGBTQ issues.
So when the whole India was going in the debate whether the same-sex marriage is to be allowed or not, and the case was pending in the High Court of Delhi, still at that time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, long before that, he was clearly advocating that it is normal, it is natural, and it is given in the scriptures. While other religious leaders of different religions, not only of Hinduism, they were like divided, and most of them were against this idea of allowing this, and they were saying that it belongs to the Western culture and it is against Hinduism, it is against their religions, everything. But Swamiji has very clearly has boldly accepted it, and multiple videos are there in which Swamiji has declared that our scriptures mention this, that the people from the same genders used to live together as partners. And also Swamiji has declared it clearly that he himself does not find himself bound in any one gender, and he transcends gender.
He's beyond gender.
Transcendental gender. So because of this statement, he has suffered a lot of persecution from these special group of people.
Groups. By rooting the legitimacy of gays, lesbians, and transgendered people in ancient Hindu scriptures, he has single-handedly changed the LGBTQ discourse in India. Because of his outspoken advocacy for the rights of women, transgendered communities, and members of the LGBTQ plus community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has endured over 70 assassination attempts over the past decade, perpetrated by extremist militant elements who are opposed to progressive forms of Hindu ideology, such as the ASMT.
The thing here is very important is 70 assassination attempts were made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
We might have a wrong idea that the gun was pointed at Swamiji, but actually it was, the bullet might be appearing to hit Swamiji, but it was intended to kill Hinduism. For 2 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Parameshwaram, and the dark-skinned ASMT community of Tamil ethnicity have become a target of the Neo-Hindutva hate propaganda in states such as Karnataka. In mere 5 years of inauguration by 2005, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had established the presence of his spiritual mission in 33 countries. This was commended and recognized by various leaders. Here in the picture, we see the wife of the chief minister, erstwhile chief minister of Karnataka, S.M. Krishna, as a direct disciple, initiated disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, taking blessings. So this was the period when he was already the chief minister, and this is we are seeing the erstwhile Prime Minister of India taking blessings of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So here, what the new Hindutva extremists saw was someone whom they considered not as per their whom they want, not as per their caste, not as per the gender they would want, not as per their exclusive club. To him, the wife of the chief minister of the state of Karnataka is touching the feet, following him, worshipping him. The prime minister, the erstwhile prime minister, is worshipping. The president of India is the prime minister, the president, the chief minister, the dignitaries all around the world are falling at his feet, worshipping him. This was completely intolerable to the new Hindutva extremists. And that is why on 2nd March, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was attacked. Sun TV, a politically owned media house of the DMK, Dravida Munnetra Kalagam, which was the ruling party of the state of Tamil Nadu in 2010, made sensational and repeated screening of a fabricated video purporting to show the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with a well-known Indian film actress. The video was later proved to be false. A judge ordered the television station to run an apology for every 2 hours for 7 days, and the COO, Chief Operating Officer of the channel, Hansraj Saxena, went on the public television and gave a sworn affidavit to a US court detailing the history and the modus operandi of the blackmail and extortion, and he was even jailed. However, the state-owned and controlled television channels within the few hours removed this coverage of Hansraj Saxena and removed all evidences of this and made sure that no remedy or legal recourse was available to the ASMT community. Following the hate propaganda started by the DMK affiliated Sun TV, the politically owned neo-Hindutva media amplified the misinformation and hatred, spreading it to the entire country with titles such as Hang the Sin Swamis. So what essentially the neo-Hindutva extremist media channels, I remember the name of the channel, headlines today, had aired a news titled it as Hang the Sin Swamis. Swamis means Hindu monks, both male and female. So they wanted to hang all the Hindu monks. This resulted in the marginalization of the Supreme Pontiff and the ASMT community, and they were neither able to receive fair trials from the judiciary nor sympathy or empathy from the society.
So all these attacks start happening on Swamiji because his contributions to Hinduism and the way Swamiji was expressing his core Hindu ideologies. The attacks were being made on his life, on the property, and Swamiji was illegally arrested in 2010. And multiple times, actually, Swamiji was arrested in 2010 for 53 days. And again, or at different times, Swamiji was arrested.
So if we go to the previous slide, there was one of the very strong statements by the erstwhile chief minister of Tamil Nadu, who had said that his government won't be a mute spectator of those fickle-minded people who have fallen prey to Swamis and destroying the society. Those who really want these preachers to be eradicated should stand by and support the actions of my government of Tamil Nadu.
Mistaking. So the chief minister, for his own ideological war, he is trying to destroy a Hindu community leader for his fancies, whims and fancies.
So please understand where the government is very clearly saying who want to eradicate. And please understand the context in which the eradication is being executed. Of late, immorality has been rampant in temples and monasteries.
So these all assumptions and attacks were being made so that the people becomes indifferent to what is happening to the supreme pontiff of Hinduism or other sannyasis and gurus. For example, you can see in last year in the Palghar, three Hindu monks were mob lynched and no action has been taken. The people who mob lynched them got bail because the state failed to file an FIR.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally arrested in 2010. In 2012, he was again illegally arrested, and this arrest was termed illegal by the High Court of Karnataka. We will see the High Court of Karnataka, what it said about this illegal arrest. Next. So the High Court of Karnataka had given an order in 2013 where they termed the arrest as illegal and unlawful, arbitrary, and as an abuse of power by the state. Swamiji was kept in unlawful custody and subjected to torture multiple times. He was arrested in April 2010, where during the first day of his arrest at around 9 p.m., excessive blood was withdrawn from him in the guise of tests. This was done repeatedly to him and even in undisclosed location, which was published in the media and subsequently withdrawn.
You can see how Swamiji was being brutally attacked. See, there was no need to apply so much of brutal force to arrest Swamiji because Swamiji never resisted any arrest.
Actually, if you see the video, it's a very short 10-second video where the police was completely relaxed until they saw Swamiji. Suddenly, all of them jumped in as if there is some kind of a crisis, and then they held the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's neck and dragged him. Such an open abuse of the tallest leader of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, something which would never be done to a leader of another religion such as the Pope of Vatican. This was done because Hinduism has been persecuted and Hindus have lost their rights to practice their religion without fear of persecution. Similar attacks were made by the state in 2014.
So you can see multiple assassination attempts being presented here. We already mentioned that 70 assassination attempts have been made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which includes forced medical torture.
In 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subjected to a third medical torture by the state, where a Supreme Court order was used in the guise of just withdrawing his blood for some test. And this excuse was used to subject his body to forced sexual abuse by forced masturbation, by subjecting unknown chemicals in his body which are known to cause cardiac symptoms, which can lead to a heart attack. He was subjected to perrectal test, which is a benign term disguising the abuse and the genital mutilation done by the state medical team in guise of medical test. That test had left the body of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in a trauma, such an intense trauma that Swamiji was not able to walk without pain for almost several years. And when he requested for a wheelchair to the state hospital, it was denied. In fact, one of the state medical teams had openly said and directed the hospital staff to kick the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it was reported by one of the media channels, and the links are all in public. All of this was done in the public. Here we can see a wheelchair being used to take the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it is covered with a new plastic. It is because it was purchased by the devotees and not given by the hospital. At various levels, it was ensured that the suffering of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was prolonged by one or the other way. And the actual court orders read nothing more than simple blood test to verify potency. This test was already done in 2010 and had caused a cardiac arrest kind of symptoms, for which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was found sweating in the court, and the court themselves had ordered that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism should be protected by giving necessary medical aid. All of this has happened in the open. In 2012, militant media men named Ajit had come and delivered a mysterious package, which was another bio weapon. It was used to assassinate. It was a assassination attempt on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it was an attempt to kill him through anthrax
Anthrax.
spores. These are very contagious spores, which when a person breathes, they have various problems. This attack was averted, but going forward, in 2021, we faced another bio war where mysterious seeds were delivered to the Adi Kailasha. This is an recent international phenomena where mysterious seeds have been delivered to various countries around the world, especially the USA, UK, and three other countries. On July 2020, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, of the US Department of Agriculture, in a statement has said that the main concern is that these seeds can introduce damaging pests or disease that could harm US agriculture. So these seeds of terror as a bioweapon have been used across various countries, and not just the US. Many countries have issued guidelines that they should not be opened, they should not be handled. In fact, Amazon has banned export or overseas sale of seeds altogether to stop this terror. India is also in the target list. On July 31st, 2020, senior Indian government officials said China has advanced scientific capabilities to do such an attack on Indian soil too. The conspiracy was revealed in detail a year prior. On 4th August 2020, we see a video there, which our viewers can check later. The Adi Kailasha, a temple monastic complex, is an enlightenment ecosystem like Noah's Ark or Manu's boat, a ship to save humanity. It was created by the Supreme Pontiff with utmost care and compassion to save humanity from the ongoing COVID pandemic. It was a home to rare and powerful healing energy in the form of Anandalinga, as we have been going for, and it has matured in these 12 years. Though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was forced to leave India, he actually made sure that this enlightenment, this healing Ananda Linga was kept there to heal people. For his immense contribution towards eradicating poverty, illiteracy, hunger, and gender based violence, gender apathy, and the revival of authentic scriptures based on Hinduism, urged vested interest of the atheistic terrorist militants and neo-Hindutva terrorists, that he was attacked again. Precisely on 2nd March 2010, when we saw that the then genocidal attack, the cultural genocide started against the ASMT community, precisely on the same date, 2nd March 2021, exactly 11 years later, this mysterious seed package was delivered to the Adi Kailasha.
With over 70 assassination attempts, 250 sexual assaults on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT monks and disciples, lawfare of 120 false cases over 10 years, and massive hate propaganda in electronic media of over 14,000 hours, the unabated decade-old genocide on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is still continuing.
and a print media of over 25,000 articles in 5 years, and destruction of millions of US dollars worth property, and continued ethnocide and genocide of over 80 million Hindus worldwide since 7 centuries.
Delegitimizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism.
And 11 years of all these genocidal attacks, the incident that took place in Adi Kailasha on 2nd March
March
2021, a mysterious seed package was delivered by using the Indian Postal Service to Adi Kailasha. It was another deadly war, this time being a bio war. The Department of Customs India sent a letter in May 2020, again on the May month 2021, again about the pickup of the seeds package. The Adi Kailasha authorities wrote to the Customs Department that they were not aware of that and had not ordered such a package. However, the Customs Department had made their own attempts to make sure that these seeds are given to us, in spite of us telling very clearly that we had never ordered any such seeds and they should be the ones responsible for disposing it if required. So we see the evidence of the same. The Department of Ports, Ministry of Communication, Government of India, giving in detail the arrival of these seeds dated 2nd March 2021, and the time is around 4:48. This is the precise time, 4:48 p.m. actually, and this is around the same time when the morphed video was first shown on Sun TV in the year 2010. We see the envelope. The unaware of this sinister conspiracy, the Adinam authorities, the monastery authorities wrote to the custom department that they were not aware and had not ordered any such package.
That you can see in the letter here. So on all these years since 2010, there has been a continuous attack in the March month. In 2009, Swamiji has inaugurated and the Living Enlightenment book, which was released in multiple places with the most prominent people.
So that was year 2009, and it was on March and dated 3rd March. The video was released on 2nd March, and these bioseeds are coming again on 2nd March.
So there is some kind of anniversary these people who are attacking Swamiji are celebrating by sending and attacking Swamiji on the same date year and year and year. So you can see the different seeds were being sent, and impact of what these seeds are going to do is these seeds are going to impact the humanity with the destruction of natural agricultural lifestyle
and a large-scale disruption of the humanitarian services which are being offered by Adi Kailasha to combat COVID-19. These seeds could cause a biowar, including unknown diseases with which no medical or agriculture method can handle and can infect the entire community.
So we were discussing all these things. It is not new only to the Kailasa. It is actually happening throughout the world. You can see many places these packets are being received, and these are one of the ways the people target the people. Some vested interests target the people whom they want to eradicate. So we are running short of time because we have a darshan plant at 12. So it is time for us to enter into the Dhyana mantra, the Param Shiva Dhyana mantra. But at the end, we want to put a humble prayer for the universal, absolute, and non-derogable prohibition of torture and ill treatment against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasians, and Hindu diaspora worldwide. So with this folded hands, we are requesting all of you that please pray to put an end to for this persecution for the universal and absolute and non-derogable prohibition of torture and ill treatment against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasians, and Hindu diaspora worldwide.
Thank you for joining us, and we wish you a beautiful and blissful, enlightening darshan. Kindly prepare yourself by the next segment of Dhyana Mantra for your blissful darshan experience. Thank you for joining, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nithyananda, everyone. We're now going to be entering into the next segment of today's program, which is the Parameshwar Dhyana Mantra. Parameshwar Dhyana Mantra is being chanted as we are all the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is our responsibility and our spiritual duty to spread, chant, and give healing for all the negativity, all the suffering the world is going through right now, especially with the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. As we enter into this Parameshwar Dhyana Mantra, let us all bring our awareness back to our Anandagandha Chakra, the source from where all the healing energy emerges, from where the healing happens in our being and in the entire cosmos as well. Let us bring our awareness back to the Anandagandha Chakra, and as we chant the Parameshwar Dhyana Mantra, visualize Swami sitting in our Anandagandha Chakra and blessing the whole world with the healing energy to relieve humanity, the suffering, all the violence the world is going through right now. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we enter into the Parameshwar Dhyana Mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavadhitam Trigunarhitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of the supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called sattva, rajas, and tamas. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of the sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality. Om मम पार्थ समस्त धुरित क्षयध्वारा भगवत्श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रीत्यर्थम. I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Brahmandanayakasya, who is the God of all gods, who is the greatest of gods, the Lord of universes and multiverses, and the one who is the Lord of the cosmos. Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya, the one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Adimadhyantarahitasya aprameya parakramasya tatvartagocharasya, the one who is the beginning, middle, and end, the one who is immeasurable. Akara, Okara, Makaratmaka, Pranavatmakasya, Rishabharudhasya, Mahadevasya, Kamikadi, Vatulanta, Mahatantrakhya, Shaivagamaswarupasya, Sakala Nigamagamaswarupasya, Shuddhadvaita Shaivaswarupasya, Nityananda Padastasya, Nityananda Sarupasya, Shuddha Satchidananda Vigrahasya, Rupa Rupatitasya, Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya, Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Akhandadi Visheshanasya, Sri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta, Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivasya, Sri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta, Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya, Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya, Bhagavataha Sri Nityananda Paramashivasya cha Prithyatham. शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्रह्मणः तृतीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ. During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Mano, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharatavarsha, in the Indian subcontinent called Bharatakhanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shakha era, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice of which Prabhava is the first year, the auspicious Uttarayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, in the auspicious Tithi, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, auspicious Yoga, an auspicious karana during such an auspicious moment. Adi Kailase Kalpavrikshasya Adaha Nithyananda Nagare Smrta Smrtana Muktidayake Mahakshetre Namadheyasya Namyaha Sayajamananam Avayoho Sahakutumbhanam Bandhuvarganam Dayadivarganam Mitravarganam Shodaravarganam Samesham. For all those who are participants, hosts, and me, with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone. सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वमङ्गल अवाप्त्यर्थम् उत्तरोत्तर अनवच्छिन्न स्थिरलक्ष्मीप्राप्त्यर्थम्. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth. कुटुम्बे सर्वेषां सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं चिन्तित मनोरथ अवाप्त्यर्थम्. Let the family always be all kinds of auspiciousness, and anything which is desired be fulfilled. समेषाम् आदिव्याधिनिवर्यर्थं समेषां चिरादिपादपर्यन्तं विद्यमानानां समेषु अङ्गेषु जनित जनिष्यमान सकलविध नानाविध रोगाणां व्यपोहार्थं तद्वारा अरोगदृगदात्रभावपुसिद्ध्यर्थं. That all chronic diseases be healed, that all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome, and graceful body be obtained. समेषां परैः कर्तृभ्यश्च कृतः करिष्यमाणस्य सकलविध मंत्र तंत्र यंत्र विषच्चूर्ण अभिचार स्तंभन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मांत्रिक प्रयोगेभ्यः राक्षस प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा समेषां सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थम्. That protection be obtained from all the evil effects of the actions performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous spells, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, upsetting, ruining the health, poisoning, hypnotizing, and so on. अपमृत्यु दोष निवर्यर्थम काल मृत्यो अकाल मृत्यो दुर्मृत्यो निवर्यर्थम. That all the doshas, ill effects related to death like destined death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. समेषाम् अंतर्दृष्टि बहिर्दृष्टि क्रूर दृष्टि व्यापार दृष्टि अनुकूल दृष्टि प्रतिकूल दृष्टि इत्यादि सकलविध दृष्टदोष निवर्यर्थम. That all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are our well-wishers, and the effects of the evil eyes of the people who are against our well-being be removed. समेषाम् अंतःशत्रु बहिःशत्रु क्रूरशत्रु व्यापारशत्रु अनुकूलशत्रु प्रतिकूलशत्रु इत्यादि सकलविध शत्रुबाधा निवर्यर्थम. That all the effects of the inner enemies, outer enemies, fierce enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, and enemies who work against our well-being be removed. Samesham matrashapadhi sakalavidha chapanam yapohanartham. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. Anadi avidyavasanaya pravartamane asmin mahati samsara chakre vichitrabi karmagati vihi vichitraso yoniso punah punaha anekhada janitva. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange. Kenapi punyakarma visheshana bhagavatah Sri Nithyananda Paramashivasya aparimitaya kripaya idanim tana manushya janma praptavatam. Yet, due to some good action with the extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. Samesh, Samesham iha janmani purvajanmani janma janmantaresho sarvaihi kritanam shivaninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohartham shiva parada devya parada guru parada dosha vyapohartham. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti, and Guru be removed. Any kind of crimes, offenses committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti be removed. Brahma Hatya, Surapana, Swarnastesya, Gurutalpagamana, Samskarakhya, Panchamahapate, Akhadi, Samasta, Papa, Vyatikritartham. That the five great sins like killing a Brahman, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or the above mentioned sins be removed. Apicha sarvaihi balye vayasi komare yauvane vardhakye cha. That all the karmic effects of actions done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old-aged person, Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Avasthasu, that all the karmic effects of action done in the wakeful, dream, and deep sleep state. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya, Vyaparaihi, Sambhavitanam, Rahasyakritanam, Prakashakritanam. That all the sins done through the Karmendriyas, the five organs which perform actions like speech, hands, feet, excreting, and reproductive organs, and Jnanendriyas, the five organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin. Atipatakanam, Upapatakanam, Samkalikarananam, Malinikarananam, Apatrikarananam, Jatibramshakanam, Prakirtitanam, Evam Navanam, Navavidhanam, Bahunam, Bahuvidhanam, Sarvesham, Papanam, Sadhyaha. Let the sins which were done openly and secretly, the greatest of the great sins, minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping a woman, justifiable sin, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sins, such 9 types of sins and 9 types of sins, and more types of sins, be removed and instantly. अपनोद्वन्द्वारा समस्तमङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थं शिवभक्ति देवी भक्ति गुरुभक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवशक्ति परमशिवस्थितिः परमशिवशक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं. Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all the auspiciousness, and let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva be obtained. कुटुम्बे सर्वदा सन्मङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थम् अनोन्यप्रेमाभिवृद्ध्यर्थम् पूर्णत्वसिद्ध्यर्थम् सर्वापनिवृद्ध्यर्थम्. Let the whole family always be showered with all the auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed. क्षिप्र आरोग्यवाप्त्यर्थम आयुरभिवृद्ध्यर्थम. Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed. व्यापारे उद्योगे च सर्वजन वशीकरणार्थम तद्वारा उन्नतोत्थनस्थान प्राप्त्यर्थम बहुधान सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम गृह कनक पाशु पुत्र पौत्र धनधान्य सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां दोषपीड निवारणार्थम आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां अनुकूल्यता सिद्ध्यर्थम भूम्यन्तरिक्षे विद्यमान भूत प्रेत पिशाच राक्षस ब्रह्मराक्षस वेताल कूष्मांड डाकिनी शाकिनी अधिसर्वरिष्ट निवारणार्थम मनोव्याकुलता निवारणार्थम प्रारब्धे कर्मणि करिष्यमाणे कर्मणि आदिदैविक आदिभौतिक आध्यात्मिक विघ्न निवारणार्थम समस्त ऋणानिवारणार्थम धनलक्ष्मी धान्यलक्ष्मी संतानलक्ष्मी सौभाग्यलक्ष्मी विद्यालक्ष्मी शौर्यलक्ष्मी वीरलक्ष्मी विजयलक्ष्मी इत्यादि अष्टलक्ष्मी परिपूर्ण कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम परीक्षासु उन्नत स्थाने विजय प्राप्त्यर्थम सर्वा विद्या पारंगता सिद्ध्यर्थम मेधा शक्ति ग्रहण शक्ति अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम इत्यादि सकल विध सन्मंगलानि गुरु कृपा कटाक्षेन प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वर कुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुता सकल निगमागम स्वरूप सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवर्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान चित्रचामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सत्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केशरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानो दीक्षणा निर्हार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्ऋषभ ध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धापि चित्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठादि ईश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंशत् गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं मम समस्तदृतोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सुकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं च श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिवस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परम शिवस्य च ध्यान षोडशोपचार सर्वोपचार अर्चनाराधन पूजा प्रार्थनं करिष्ये। ओम आनंद गंध निलयाय नमः। ओम भवरोग भेषजाय नमः। ओम कल्पतरवे नमः। ओम पशुपतये नमः। ओम पाशविमोचकाय नमः। ओम ईप्सितफलदायकाय नमः। ओम भाग्यवृत्ति परिवर्तकाय नमः। ओम आधिव्याधि विनाशकाय नमः। ओम समस्त कल्याण गुणान्विताय नमः। ओम विडदिपुरीशाय नमः। ओम श्री कैलासपतये नमः। ओम शिवशक्त्या स्वरूपाय नमः। ओम ह्रीं नित्यानंदाय नमः। ओम हां हों शिवाय नमः। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। ओम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिने नमः। ओम नित्यानंदम। And so with this, we come to the end of the Parashakti Dhyana mantra. Let us now enter into the meditation to receive the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, to receive Devi Parashakti, to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and bring your awareness to your Ananda Gandha Chakra. Visualize Swamiji sitting in your Ananda Gandha Chakra as Paramashiva with the 25 heads and 50 hands. Now, as you close your eyes, start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Earlier today, we learned how gratitude, it is through gratitude, our being opens up and becomes receptive to receive the divine, to receive Swamiji, to receive Devi Parashakti, and allow them to express their energies through our being. As you get ready, as we enter into the meditation, there's the feeling of gratitude, the emotion of gratitude, let gratitude fulfill, overflow throughout our whole beings. Remember Swamiji and be grateful for everything that you have in your life. Be grateful for everything that you don't have in your life. Allow the experience of gratitude to overflow throughout your entire being. Thanks, Swamiji, for everything that you wished to have manifested and which has not manifested. Whatever may be the situation, whatever you may be holding in your inner space, allow everything to be enveloped, engulfed in the feeling of gratitude. The gratitude flood through your entire being as we enter into the meditation. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And having your awareness, the Ananda Gandha Chakra, visualizing Swamiji sitting there in your Ananda Gandha Chakra. Let this experience of gratitude overflow throughout your entire being. Let us now start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्याहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
ॐ योपां पुष्पं वेद पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चन्द्रमा वा अपां पुष्पं पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति पुष्पैः। The next offering is dhupa, the offering of incense sticks. Please take the incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave them towards Devi Parashakti along with the mantra, using the bell as you do so. Om dhorasi dhorvadhorvantam dhorvatiyosman dhorvatitam dhorvayam vayam dhorvamastam devanamasi sasmitamam papritamam jushtatamam vanhitamam devahutamam अमृतवसीर्ह वृद्धानं ऋगुंहस्वमाह्वा आमित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षे मा भर्मा संविक्ता मा त्वाहि गुंसिषुं धूपम् आग्रापयामि. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards the Parashakti along with the mantra. Visible as you do so. Omuddीप्य स्वजातवेदोपग्निर्हृतं मम पशुगुश्च मह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिशा मानो हि गुंसि जातवेदो गामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अविभ्रदग्न आगह्यस्यामा परिपातय एकाहारति दीपं सन्दर्शयामि. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Please take an uddarni of water in your hands and slowly wave it around the Naivedyam clockwise along with the mantra. Please offer the Naivedyam to Devi Parashakti and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhvatartayate Madhuksharandindhaha Madhvirna Santoshadhihi Madhunaktamotoshasi Madhuvatpati Bhagum Rajaha Madhudyorastuna Pita Madhumano Vanaspatar Madhuvagum Mastu Surya Madhvirgavo Bhavantunaha Madhu 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 Naivedyam Nivedayami. The next offering is the offering of Aratrikam. Please take the arti in your hands and slowly wave it towards Devi Parashakti along with the mantra. Please ring the bell as you do so. Om Rajadhirajaya Prasakine Namo Vayam Vaishravanaaya Kurmahe Same Kaman Kama Kamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vaishravano Dadato Kuberaya Vaishravanaya Maharajaya Namaha Karpuragoram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayarvinde Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashivachana Kamalebhyo Namaha.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Agama
மாதுளம் பூ நிறத்தாளை புவியடங்க காத்தாளை அங்கையர் பாசாங்குசம் கரும்பு வில்லும் அங்கை சேர்த்தாளை முக்கண்ணியை தொழுவார்க்கும் ஒரு தீங்கும் இல்லையே தேவி கருமாரி அம்மனை தொழுவார்க்கும் ஒரு தீங்கும் இல்லையே செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரை வினாடி இல்லாத்தா கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாட்டா கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாட்டா இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா அம்மா சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா தாயே சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரை வினாடி நில்லாத்தா ஆசை தீர உன் அழகை பார்க்க மாரியாத்தா அந்த பாசத்தோடு வந்தேன் அடி தாய மாரியாத்தா ஆசை தீர உன் அழகை பார்க்க மாரியாத்தா அந்த பாசத்தோடு வந்தேன் அடி தாய மாரியாத்தா பொன்னும் பொருளும் தந்தருள்வாய் கருமாரியாத்தா பொன்னும் பொருளும் தந்தருள்வாய் கருமாரியாத்தா என்னை புகழோடு வைத்திடுவாய் ஆதி சக்தி மாதா என்னை புகழோடு வைத்திடுவாய் ஆதி சக்தி மாதா அம்மா அம்மா திரிசூலமுடன் வீட்டிற்கும் செல்லாத்தா, திரிசூலமுடன் வீட்டிற்கும் செல்லாத்தா, பாமாலை உனக்கு பாடிடுவேன் செல்லாத்தா, பாமாலை உனக்கு பாடிடுவேன் செல்லாத்தா. பசும்பால கறந்துக்கிட்டு கறந்த பாலை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு, பசும்பால கறந்துக்கிட்டு கறந்த பாலை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு, புற்றினிலே ஊற்ற வந்தோம் மாரியாத்தா, நாங்க பக்தியுடன் ஊற்ற வந்தோம் மாரியாத்தா, நீ பாம்பாக மாறி அம்மா தாயே கருமாரி அருள் புரிவாயே சுகுமாரி, 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 அம்மா தாயே கருமாரி அருள் புரிவாயே சுகுமாரி. பாம்பாக மாறி அதை பாங்காக குடித்து விட்டு தானாக ஆடிவா நீ மாறியாத்தா, நீ தானாக ஆடிவா நீ மாறியாத்தா, உந்தன் பெருமையை இந்த உலகிற்கு எடுத்து பாராட்டா, இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீ ஆத்தா, செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாறியாத்தா, எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரை வினாடி நில்லாத்தா, கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாத்தா, கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாத்தா, இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீ ஆத்தா, ஆதிசக்தி மாதா கருமாரி மாதா, எங்கள் 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 ஆதிசக்தி மாதா கருமாரி மாதா.
மலையனூரிலே புற்று உருவிலே மயானம் காப்பாள் அங்காளி, மலையனூரிலே புற்று உருவிலே மயானம் காப்பாள் அங்காளி, மீனவர் செய்யும் பூசையில் மகிழ் கவாலக்காரி செங்காளி, மீனவர் செய்யும் பூசையில் மகிழ்வாள் கவாலக்காரி செங்காளி.
பொங்குமங்களம் மஞ்சள் குங்குமம் காத்திடும் எங்கள் மகமாயி, ஆலயம் தோறும் கூடி வந்தோம் அம்மா உந்தன் அருள் தேடி.
ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்து மூலம் பாங்கான பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் பங்காயமர்ந்து பங்காளும் அங்காளி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி பரமசக்தி ஞான யோக காரண காரிய மூல ನಾದಾಂತ ವೇದಾಂತ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಕಾರಣ ಮೂಲ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರಿ ಪರಷೋಡಸಿ ವಾಲೈ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಪರಷೋಡಸಿ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ பரமசக்தி மலர்ந்தேன் ககனம் அனைத்திற்கும் நன்மை செய்திட. உலகெல்லாம் இருக்கும் சகல ஜீவராசிகளுக்கும் சத்தியம் சொல்லிட ஞானம் தந்திட வரமெல்லாம் அளித்திட வாழ்வெல்லாம் தந்திட சங்கரி பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தன் நிஜரூபம் கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்தேன். சித்தர்களும் யோகிகளும் ஞானிகளும் தேவர்களும் கிண்ணர கிம்புருட கந்தர்வ காந்தார யக்ஷ ராட்சச பிரேத பிசாச மனுஷ்ய ஸ்தாவர ஜங்கம சகல ஜீவன்களுக்கும் ஆதி மூலமான ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி அண்டாண்டங்களை எனக்குள் ஆக்கி என் வடிவாய் நிறுத்தி உலகிற்கு நன்மை தந்திட ஓம் 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 ஓம். கேளுங்கள் மானுடர்களே, சத்தியம் சொல்லுகின்றேன். சங்கடம் தீர்த்து வைப்பேன், நன்மையெல்லாம் அளிப்பேன், ஆனந்தம் அளித்திடுவேன். வேதங்கள் நான்கொடு ஆகமத்தின் சரியை கிரியை யோகம் ஞானமெனும் பாதங்கள் நான்காய் மலர்ந்திட்ட பரமசக்தி ஆக்கல் காத்தல் அழித்தல் மறைத்தல் அருளல் எனும் ஐந்தொழிலும் மாற்றும் ஆனந்த ஸ்வரூபிணி பரமசிவன் பாகத்தமர்ந்திருக்கும் பரமசக்தி. சித்தர்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஞான சித்தியும் சக்தியும் அளிக்கும் பரம ஔஷதஸ்வரூபிணி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி அம்பா சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ஆனந்தஸ்வரூபிணி தசமகா வித்யாயாய் மலர்ந்து நவதுர்கையாய் நிறைந்து அஷ்ட சக்திகளாயிருந்து சப்த மாதர்களாய் வாழ்ந்து 6 கார்த்திகை பெண்களாய் திகழ்ந்து பஞ்ச சக்திகளாய் நிறைந்து உலகனைத்திற்கும் உத்தம வேதங்கள் 4 தந்து இச்சை கிரியை ஞானமெனும் 3 சக்திகளாய் மலர்ந்து பரம பிரகிருதி பரம புருஷன் எனும் 2ஆயிருந்து 2ம் கடந்த பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளாயிருந்து 1ம் 2ம் தாண்டிய என்றும் இருப்பும் இல்லை என்பதும் தாண்டிய நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உருவும் அருவும் கடந்த பரமசிவனாராய் மலர்ந்தருளும் பரமசக்தி வந்துதித்தேன் இங்கு வரமெலாம் தந்து நிலமெலாம் அருளி அருமார்த்த காம மோக்ஷமெனும் 4 வகை புருஷார்த்தமும் தந்து சாலோக்கியம் சாமீப்யம் சாரூபியம் சாயுஜ்யம் எனும் முக்தி நிலைகள் 4ம் தந்து நல்லவை எல்லாம் தந்து நல் அருளும் தந்து பூரண புண்ணியம் தந்து யோகமொடு ஞானமும் தந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் தந்திடவே இங்கு நாம் வந்து உதித்தோம். ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
கொண்ட வளர்ந்த குணசேரி
பொங்குமங்களும் மஞ்சள் குங்குமம் காத்திடும் எங்கள் முகமாய் ஆலைதோறும் கூடி வந்தோம் அண்ணா உந்தன் அருள் தேடி.
குலசை நகரிலே முத்தாரம்மனாய் அதிசயம் செய்வாள் அருமாரி. குலசை நகரிலே முத்தாரம்மனாய் அதிசயம் செய்வாள் அருமாரி. வீரப்பன் முனைந்து கண்மலர் அணிந்து காட்சியும் தருவாள்.
உத்தமர்களே, வாழ்வாய் வாழ்ந்திட நித்திய ஞான அறிவியல் சொல்கின்றேன், நிறைந்து கேளுங்கள். நன்மைகள் பெருகி யாக யஞங்கள் பெருகி பிராமணர்கள் தங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் சத்வகுணம் பொங்கி சத்துவத்தால் ஏற்படும் தத்துவ ஞான விளக்கம் பெற்று உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் பூஜை புனஸ்காரங்கள் யாக யஞங்கள் கிரியைகள் யோகங்கள் செய்து அதனால் தாங்களும் நன்மை பெற்று உலகிற்கும் நன்மை செய்யும் பொது சக்தி பொங்கிப் பெருகுவதே சத்தியயுகம். அது முழுமையாய் மாறி ராட்சச கும்பல் தன் சுயநலத்திற்காக கொத்து கொத்தாய் மக்களை கொன்று குவித்து மடியும் மக்களைப் பற்றி கவலைப்படாது ஏற்படும் உயிர் இழப்பு, உயிர்கள் மடிவதும் மனங்கள் நொடிவதும் கண்டும் அதைப் பற்றி கவலைப்படாது கொண்ட அரக்க குணத்தாலே நாடுகள், தேசங்கள், நகரங்களை ஆட்சி செய்து தன் அதிகாரம், புகழ் ஒன்றிற்காகவே மக்கள் உயிர் பற்றி கவலை கொள்ளாது அடுத்தவர் பற்றி அரைவினாடியும் சிந்திக்காது வாழ்ந்திடும் கொடூர அரக்கர்கள் தங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் கொடூரமான தமோகுணம் உயிர் பெற்று அதனால் உலகையே அடக்கி ஆளும் காலம் கலி. நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. பெருகி பொங்கி பிரளயம் இங்கு உலகெல்லாம் இருக்கும் ராட்சசர்களின் உயிர்களில் இருக்கும் தமோகுணத்தை உயிர்ப்பித்து விட்டது. பிரபஞ்ச ஊழி முடிந்தது எனினும் ராட்சசர்கள் உயிருக்குள் இருக்கும் தமோகுணம் உயிர் பெற்று விட்டதனால் அதிகார வர்க்கத்திற்கும் மனிதர்கள் தம் நிலை மாறி நேர்மை மாறி அதிகாரத்திருக்க வேண்டிய அதிகார போதை மயக்கத்தாலும் தேர்வுகள் போதையாலும் கொத்து கொத்தாய் சாமானிய மனிதர்கள் கொன்று குவிக்கப்படும் செயல்களை கண்டும் காணாது கொஞ்சமும் கவலையில்லாது நடத்துவதையும் நடப்பதை கண்டுங்காணாது வாழ்வதையும் மக்களே நேர்கொண்டு பார்ப்பீர்கள். கலி வந்துவிட்டதென்பதை நேர்கொண்டு பார்ப்பீர்கள். பிராமணத் தன்மையோடு இருந்து நேர்மையும் நீதியும் சொல்ல வேண்டிய நீதிமன்றங்களும் உண்மையை உலகிற்குச் சொல்ல வேண்டிய ஊடகங்களும் தன்மை மாறி நேர்மை குலைந்து நிலைதடு மாறி கலியில் வீழ்வதைக் காண்பீர்கள். சத்திரிய தன்மையோடு மக்களை காக்க வேண்டிய அதிகார வர்க்கமும் அதிகாரிகளும் காவல்துறையும் அரசியல்வாதிகளும் தன்னிலை தாழ்ந்து நேர்மை மறந்து கணக்கில் மக்கள் மடிந்து போவதையும் மனம் நொடிந்து போவதையும் கண்டுங்காணாது அது நிகழ்வதற்கு நேர்முகமாய் மறைமுகமாய் துணையும் செய்து உலகையும் அழித்து தாங்களும் அழிவதையும் காண்பீர்கள். வைஷ்ய தர்மம் காக்க வேண்டிய பெரும் பணக்காரர்கள் பிணந்தின்னி கழுகுகளாய் மாறி பெரும் மக்கள் பிணமாய் ஆனாலும் தன் சொத்தும் பணமுமே சுகம் என்று நினைத்து உலகிற்கு பெருந்துரோகம் இழைப்பதையும் காண்பீர்கள். சாமானியன், ஏழை, பொதுமக்கள், நடுத்தர வர்க்கத்தினர் எல்லோரும் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள்தான் பாதுகாப்பு. உற்ற அன்பினாலும் தோழமையினாலும் உங்களுக்கு நீங்களே உதவிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இந்த கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று வராமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்களுக்கு நீங்களே உதவி செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வேறு யாரேனும் உங்களை காப்பார்கள் என்று நீங்கள் நினைத்தால் அது முட்டாள்தனம். உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு நீங்களே பொறுப்பு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஓம். பொங்கி வரும் நேர்மையோடு பொதுநல அன்போடு உயிர்ப்பித்து உண்மையாய் உங்களுக்கும் உங்களைச் சுற்றி இருப்போருக்கும் உதவுங்கள். உங்கள் மூலமெல்லாம் பரமசக்தி நானே வெளிப்பட்டு நன்மை செய்வேன். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள், நல்லதைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். பொங்கிப் பெருகும் அன்பால் இதயம் செய்கின்ற நல் சேவையால் உடல் உறுதியடையும், உயிர் மலர்ச்சியடையும். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உறுதியான உள்ளமும் உடலும் உயிருமே இந்த ஊழிப் பிரபஞ்சத்தில் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கும் ஊழிப் பெரும் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காக்கும் ஒரே வழி. பணமும் புகழும் பதவியும் அதிகாரமும் காக்கும் வழி அல்ல. காக்கவும் செய்யாது உயிரோடு உடல் ஒன்றாய் வைத்து சேர்க்கவும் செய்யாது. சித்தர்கள் ஞானிகள் சிவகணங்களுக்கெல்லாம் சக்திகளும் ஔஷதமும் தந்திடும் அன்னை மீனாட்சி அருளுகின்றேன் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். நல்லதொரு ஞான வாழ்வும் அன்பும் ஆனந்தமும் உறுதியோடு ஞானத்தால் உயிர் பெற்ற யோக வாழ்வுமே உங்களை காக்கும். இந்த பேரூழி காலத்தில் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளிய வேத ஆகம சரியை வாழ்க்கை முறையே காவல். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
பூவாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது பாக்கிய எனக்கு. மீன்கார வீடெங்கும் மீன் வாசம் இருக்கும் அடி மீனாட்சி நீ வந்தா நீ வாசம் அடிக்கும். ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சேன் வாடியம்மா. ஆக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம். புட்டு போடியம்மா. ஆத்தாடி மாறி அம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சேன் வாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கு அரிசி பாழாக்க வேண்டாம். சின்ன புட்டு போடியம்மா.
ஓம் ஓம். ஓம் ஓம். மக்கள் கோடிகளில் மடிவது மட்டுமின்றி பொருளாதாரம் மனநலம் குன்றி மனம் நொடி செய்வதையும் பார்ப்பீர்கள். இந்த கொடுமையிலிருந்தெல்லாம் விடுதலை ஜீவன் முக்த தன்மையோடு சிறப்போடு வாழ்வும் வாழ்வே. கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றிலிருந்து முன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள் மக்களே. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்வதையே முதல் வேலை செய்யுங்கள். ஜீவன் முக்த வாழ்வு அதை அடையும் வரை அழியாது காத்து உயிர் வளர்த்தல் உடல் வளர்த்து உயிர் வளர்த்து ங்கள். ஓம் 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 ஓம்
मयोखैरहमित्येव विभावदे भवानी ध्यायेत् पद्म பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடிவ ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் பிள்ள முகம் தேடி வரல்லே பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடிவ பார்த்து புட்டேன் பிள்ள முகம் தேடி வரலே படி பொங்கல் உன்ன இங்கு வரலே மூச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவே பேச்சுப்படி பொங்கல் உன்ன இங்கு வரலே நான் மூச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவே அம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சேன் வாடியம்மா ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் யங்கதாமேஸ்வரி லோகைக தீபா त्रैलोक्यगुणं புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வனா காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி பத்திரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரடியம் இந்த பாவி மகன் வீட்டிலே போய் ஓரடியம்மா பத்திரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரடியம்மா இந்த பாவி மகன் வீட்டிலே போய் ஓரடியம்மா காத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம்மா அடியம்மா ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடி
கொண்டு வா ஆங்காரி ஓங்காரி ஆடி கொண்டு வா ஆங்காரி ஓங்காரி ஆடி கொண்டு வா அம்மாவை மதிக்காத உடம்புக்குள்ளே வா ஆடாத தலையாட பாடி கொண்டு வா ஆங்காங்கிய தெய்வம் வந்தாடவா காளி என்றால் உலகமெல்லாம் கதறுதம்மா உன்னை காண்பவர்க்கு தேகமெல்லாம் உடறுதம்மா ஆடி மீது ஏறி வரும் காளியம்மா இந்த அண்டமெல்லாம் உன்னை கண்டு நடுங்குதம்மா காளி என்றால் உலகமெல்லாம் கதறுதம்மா உன்னை காண்பவர்க்கு தேகமெல்லாம் உடறுதம்மா ஆடி மீது ஏறி வரும் காளியம்மா இந்த அண்டமெல்லாம் உன்னை கண்டு நடுங்குதம்மா வெள்ளி பீரம்பெடுத்து தாயிரு வர 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 வெள்ளி பீரம்பெடுத்து தாயிரு வர சீரோ சிந்துதமா திசையில் தீபர கைகளோ தரையோதமா சிவச்சி கடக்க அந்த விடமா தாயே திட்டி வச்ச
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. பொங்கிப் பெருகி வரும் இந்த பேரூழி பிரளயத்தும் அதனால் ஆடி தனக்கும் மற்றோர்க்கும் அழிவைத் தேடித் தரும் அரக்க ராட்சச மக்களிடமிருந்தும் உங்களை காத்துக்கொள்ள ஒரே வழி, செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. பரமசிவனார்வதத்தில் அடைக்கலம் புகுந்து கொரோனா தொற்றில் இருந்தும் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அதனால் ஏற்படும் உயிர் மடிவிலிருந்தும் பொருளாதாரச் சரிவிலிருந்தும் உறவுகள் அழிவிலிருந்தும் மன நொடிவிலிருந்தும் உங்களை காத்துக்கொண்டு ஜீவன் முக்தி நோக்கி பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் நோக்கி யோகமும் தவமும் செய்து பரமசிவனார் பக்தர்க்கெல்லாம் சேவை செய்து நல்ல வாழ்க்கை வாழுங்கள். அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தின் கதவுகள் திறந்து வைத்தோம். அண்டம் உள்ளோர் அனைவர்க்கும், மனிதர்கள் மட்டுமல்ல, சித்தர்கள் ஞானிகள் யோகிகளெல்லாம் கூட வந்து ஆதி கையிலையில் அமர்ந்து தவம் செய்து கொண்டிருப்பதனால் வரும் எல்லோர்க்கும் நன்மையும் வளமும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் பொங்கும். அச்சம் வேண்டாம், ஆனந்தம் உண்டு. கவலை வேண்டாம், காப்பேன் நன்மை. ஓம் 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 ஓம். சுகம் அது உண்டு, ஞானமும் உண்டு. அச்சம் வேண்டாம், ஆனந்தம் உண்டு. சங்கடம் தீர்க்கின்றேன், சமயத்தில் வந்துதவும் சமயபுரத்து கண்ணாத்தாள் நான். ஓம் 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 ஓம். மக்களே, மனிதர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். கொத்து கொத்தாய், கும்பல் கும்பலாய், கோடிகளில் மக்கள் மடிவதைக் கண்டும் காணாது அரசு செய்வோர் இருப்பதனால் அவர்களெல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கும் அரக்க குணங்கள் விழித்து மக்கள் மாண்டாலும் மடிந்தாலும் தன் பதவியும் அதிகாரமும் போதும் என்கின்ற கொடூர சுயநல தமோகுணம் உயிர்த்தெழுந்து அதிகாரத்திற்காய் எத்துணை உயிர் வேண்டுமானாலும் அழிவதை கண்டுங்காணாதிருந்து மறைமுகமாய் அது நடக்கக் காரணமாகவும் மாறிப்போயிருக்கின்றார்கள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். பாமர மக்களே, ஏழை எளிய மக்களே, நடுத்தர மக்களே, சாமானிய வர்க்கத்தவர்களே, நமக்கு நாமே காவல். நம் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் பொங்கி எழும் அன்பினால், நல்லதன்மையினால், சத்வகுணத்தினால் ஒருவருக்கொருவர் உதவிகள் செய்து கொண்டு
எல்லை காடி வந்தது நிற்பாய், பரம்பல தருவாய், பிரிந்த சடையும் எரித்திடும் வெள்ளியும் குவிந்த உதடும் கூறிய பற்களும் வெறுத்திடும் நோக்கும் விழித்தொங்கு நாக்கும் வெடித்திடும் மூக்கும் விரிந்திடும் போக்கும். காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி. பருத்ததனமும்.
ஓம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. அன்னை நானே முழுமையாய் மலர்ந்தருளினேன். கவலை இல்லை, கோபமும் இல்லை, அச்சமும் இல்லை, ஆசையும் இல்லை, அருளும் ஆனந்தமும் கருணையும் மட்டுமே கொண்டு உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நன்மை தந்திட, நன்மை செய்திட பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தருளினேன். இங்கு கண்டுகொண்டிருக்கும் எல்லோரிடத்தும் அன்னை ஆனந்தமயமான திருநீற்றும் குங்குமமுமாய் சந்தனமும் ஞானாஞ்சனமுமாய் இப்பொழுது பொங்கி மலர்ந்து அருள் செய்கின்றேன், பெற்றுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆனந்தம் அனைவருக்கும் உண்டு. கேட்ட வரங்களெல்லாம் முறையாய் தந்து கேடில்லா ஞான புகழும் தந்து யோகமும் சுகமும் சக்தியும் அருளுகின்றேன். ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
நாய்கள் ஓடு சுடலை தானே உன் திருவாசம். ஏகமுனியே அநேகமுனியே ஆதியுனியே சோதியுனியே. காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி. மோகமுனியே காமமுனியே போகமுனியே யோகமுனியே. மந்திரமுனியே தந்திரமுனியே எந்திரமுனியே ஞானமுனியே. காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி. சக்தியுனியே யுக்தியுனியே பக்தியும் நீயே முக்தியும் நீயே மொழிகளும் நீயே மௌனமும் நீயே ஒடுக்கமும் நீயே இயக்கமும் நீயே காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி மா காளி உள்ளும் நீயே.
ஓம் வந்திருக்கும் எல்லோருக்கும் இன்று கேட்ட வரத்தை கேட்டபடியே தந்தேன். ததாஸ்து 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 ததாஸ்து. தருமார்த்த காம மோக்ஷமெனும் புருஷார்த்தங்களோடு நன்மையெல்லாம் தந்தேன். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பஞ்ச கிருத்தியங்கள் புரியும் பரமசக்தி எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை தந்தேன். ஓம் 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 ஓம். ஆனந்தம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim.
Experience, love current. Laughed and said, Advaita will only strengthen the love current. Advaita only will strengthen the bhakti. Listen.
So beautifully,
Shakshi
Bhagavan
Pramanas are
explained how we can experience the oneness with Paramashiva and manifest the higher reality. Because Bhagavan was in the receiving space, simply he was able to see how the whole space changed. And here we can see the bottle moving. It's a heavy bottle and it is placed on a flat surface which is switched off, and you can see it moving. Again, I'm going to play it. Again, you can see it how it's moving. Even if you have a doubt, oh, maybe there's a slope, that's why it's moving across like that. You can see the next clipping where the lid of the cap, which will turn, and twice it turns back and forth to prove that it's not moving, as though somebody's turning it back and forth. So understand the possibility that how we can manifest. It is just plastic. There's no way of using magnet to attract it or anything from external. Completely it is flat and it is not rolling, but it is turning, and twice you can see the turn happening. That clearly shows that how the manifestation of Paramashiva to show we can turn the cap. It's not a big deal with the hands. Why we are doing this whole thing? To experience the blocks that is inside when it happens to us in front of us, something beyond our logic. Why do you laugh for a joke? Because something beyond your logic happens in you which cracks you. Same thing when you see these small things happening in your life, it cracks your logic to say that, hey, you are Paramashiva, you are Parashakti, something more is there in you. Look into that and you will experience the higher reality. It's just a glimpse shown to you again and again by Paramashiva after each of the darshan, each of the satsang, so that you understand each one of you will take the responsibility to manifest that space and experience the oneness. Yes, it is possible for each one of us. If you have walked in the first time into this Kailash Kotiyad, that is equally possible for you and anybody who has been here for many months and not yet manifested. It's equally possible for each and everyone. Bhagavan says, even if you're a baby and crying and crawling, or you are a dead person, you're nearly to the death, and you are so old, you are Paramashiva. As long as the whole space in you is manifesting as oneness, as your breath, as functioning of your body, which is microcosm, which is happening, you are Paramashiva. Even the dead object is Paramashiva in a different level. And understanding that everything exists as a frequency, as more than just matter or energy that you can perceive, and it also tells you what it is to perceive. That's what Bhagavan beautifully says. That cannot be forgotten, that cannot be remembered, but that is remembering you to remember. What is that? Go on going in to detect what is inside you. If you search in Google, if I just tell Google that I feel like this, you have to give me, that's not going to give me anything. But if I search for particular words, meditation, then it gives me result. Same way, if you search for the inner space, who's Paramashiva, who's that who's speaking, and who's that who's experiencing, Bhagavan says, who's that remembering you? If you start focusing on that instead of just the outer world for few minutes every day, you will get a huge breakthrough in the conscious space, that you are also consciousness, not just the body, not just the mind. You are also the body, Bhagavan says. You're also the mind, but you are consciousness, which is manifesting as powers. Now let's go to the guidelines of power manifestation. If you have the Jnananjan in your locket, in the locket in your kantamala, apply in your third eye and your temples. And if you don't have, that's fine. If you can set up the camera with the timestamp, these beautiful moments that you can capture, all of you all meditating all over the world just after the Devi's darshan, is the best blessing. If you're here, please do an Anga Pradakshina for yourself and bless yourself to be part of this. That's what Bhagavan says, because even if Bhagavan gives you, pours all that he wants, people are not ready to receive it. And He's preparing each one of us to receive it. And that is what is power manifestation. And if you can have a coconut or objects, that's perfectly fine. If you want to start doing with a object on your hand or coconut on your hand, make sure it is placed on your hand or other's hand. It has to be placed on a flat surface so that you keep the coconut and make sure it's not rolling over. It is very stable. It has to only move from the conscious space, not out of your hand movement. So you can even tape your hand so that you don't have any movement of your hand, but only through the consciousness you experience that extraordinary space. So if you're going to have the partner hold the object, please make sure partner is holding that in a very stable way. There is no point like rolling off when you're in the middle of chanting the Mahavakya. So make sure it is very stable, and it can be only by consciousness it is moving. You can keep it on the ground or you can keep it on the silicon. If you keep it on the silicon, make sure it is completely switched off so that you don't have any doubt that it is from any of the external help it is moving, but only from the space of consciousness this matter can be moved. Understanding the higher science that everything is connected and simply understanding how you can experience the oneness makes it manifest the powers. Now you can go to the guidelines and see how you can make it very, very authentic. And even if you experience the Kundalini Shakti or the heat in the body, that is good to start manifesting the powers. Like the kid has sat up and started standing up to walking. It is good, but you can experience the oneness, even walk a coconut, Bhagavan says, as a pet. To that extent, the possibility exists for you to understand the higher reality, not just move the coconut, not just roll it off or turn it, you can even walk it. To that extent, you can manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Now, let's go to the guidelines Bhagavan has given. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Again and again, for us to receive the Kundalini Shakti to your Agnya, always we are stuck with the lower three chakras because of the parasites and microbes and all that which is sitting there, trillions of them, and running your life. Now they have found in science that your gut bacteria runs your brain 90%. Now you can go beyond that and experience the oneness with Paramashiva and be in the beautiful space when you detox your body. That is why Bhagavan again and again gives us the ultimate science of Nirahara to again and again detox and to receive Devi. We have the Panchabhuta Yoga for us to receive, to keep your body from the parasite, to receive the consciousness. These parasites again and again sit and destroy us, put us into delusion, think somebody else is going to help us. Bhagavan clearly says each one of us have to raise ourselves to the higher conscious space to receive what Bhagavan gives. That is why again and again he's asking us to manifest all these space so that we understand the higher reality. Taking the Haritaki very little. Yes, we take the BP pill, which is very small, but it cures. Same way, the Haritaki might be little, but it removes the context of the parasites and detox our system, not just laxate, but also detox our system to receive the consciousness. Same way, the yoga is not just the flexibility of the body, but aligns us to the cosmic geometry to receive what we need for ourselves. Each of the mudras, each of the bandhas that Bhagavan has given in the PVK, that beautifully aligns us to the higher reality, increases our oxygen, and everything prepares our body and the mind to receive Bhagavan when he showers on us. All these are the detoxing, doing the yoga in the Brahma Muhurta, doing the Nirahara, and clearly he gives the detox, how the neem juice and Haritaki, very simple methods, but it prepares our body. And Panchabhuta Yoga, how you have to use non-chemical on your body and preferably the mud, the clay mud on your body, and drink water to receive Bhagavan so that nothing is in your body as toxin when you receive the blessings from Bhagavan, to understand the higher reality. It is just a click away, but for us to receive the click, we have to prepare, become the camphor, so that when Bhagavan calls us or showers on us, we can just receive it and start experience the cognition shift. And the other thing he says is go to the fresh air and receive the Akasha. Chant the Mahavakya, the Om mantra. Again and again, when you chant the mantra is so beautiful. It does not have visualization, verbalization. That is why it gives a ultimate space for us to receive the pure sound. Thoughtless space happens and we can raise our frequency. Each of the mudras and each of the bandhas that we experience during the yoga raises our frequency, because again that only increases our oxygen level, makes us prepares our body to receive the higher consciousness. Each of this that he has given is ultimate, maybe very simple instruction, but even if you go to a doctor, it's very simple instructions, but it gives us so much of result. Same thing, Bhagwan, we believe science. If we believe little more what Bhagwan says and follow it, how we follow the science, that we take the tablet every day, do all the things necessary when we fall sick correctly to heal our body. Same thing, to bring our consciousness, we can do these small things to raise our frequency. Absolute unclutching, understanding that what we are experiencing in the outer world is still a dream. We are only having our own perception. It is not the reality. How Bhagavan says, if you put a stick in the Ganga and you say Ganga is separated, it's your perception. If you take it out completely, it's new. Bhagavan beautifully says also how if you try to put your foot in Ganga, you can never catch the Ganga because it's always moving. And how you are incompletions are not touched at all. It is always moving. If you grab it and hold it, it's you who is perceiving that. It's not there in the who you are. So again and again, he gives so much of analogies, so much of stories for us to understand. We are Paramashiva, Parashakti. Each one of us holding that space will receive that and manifest as powers. If Parashakti can make our food into blood, why can't she make our food from the store to our home? Simply she can do it if you are aligned. That is what is Siddhas and Munis and Ganas. They realize that sim kingdom that is possible for each one of us, whether it is abundance or health or bliss, the ultimate consciousness. All we need to do is unclutch from the outer world, understanding it's just a dream. It's not something which we need to perceive. It is only our decision to perceive that and get into the struggle. But if we understand that is a dream and only take the responsibility to help others also figure out that, simply the new dimension happens in us, Bhagavan says. Devi blessed us with all these powerful cognition today. Let's hold that and chant the Mahavakya. Intensely, let's chant the Mahavakya for a few minutes. All of us meditating together will raise our frequency and manifest as powers. Bhagavan says again and again, I will be in the Kailash courtyard and manifest through you. All you need to do is have little Shaktipada, simple integrity, that is Shaktipada, and simple obedience to follow all these instructions. I can manifest as your reality. And let's entangle with Bhagavan's beautiful oneness space and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva and manifest the power of consciousness over matter.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Vani open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Vani open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced as prasada from Devi, whatever she has shown you, that beautiful compassion, how a mother sits next to you and literally takes care of you and teaches you, and you're so awed. Wow, I got it. And how you feel so secure, so compassionate, so loving and overflowing just in oneness with your mother. That's exactly how Bhagavan, after blessing, after initiating, after giving us all the great space and makes us, sits with us in Kailash Courtyard, makes us manifest all these powers. Each of the clicks, each of the power which manifest as reality simply shifts yourself into the higher science. Many have recorded and seen while they're meditating, the object moves and moves back to the same position. They thought that it has not moved, but in the recording, they have seen it move. So don't forget to record these moments. These moments of these object moving is not just the object moving, but something other than your logic, other than your body and mind exist, that again and again Bhagavan reiterates, and that is there for everyone. If you're breathing and your whole body functioning, obviously we are not doing it with a logic. There is no logic in that. There is something which is doing that. And what is that something which makes you manifest all these things? There is the higher reality, higher science, which can make you manifest the powers of Paramashiva. All you need to do is unclutch few minutes from the outer world, that whatever you know as you, the identity that you're carrying, it's not you are Parashakti, but Parashakti is the identity forming as those things in the outer world for you. So get back to the roots of who you are again and again. When you understand the very core of you is Paramashiva, Parashakti, you are a $1 trillion daughter or son who's experiencing the higher reality. When you get into the higher self, that you are abundance, you are the wealth, bliss, happiness, you'll understand that you don't have to worry. You don't have any worries or any issues because you're a $1 trillion kid. Why should you worry? Anything, everybody is there to support you and shower on you. That is what is the Paramashiva space, Parashakti space. Once you know Parashakti is there, simply for everything you will call her and say, she will manifest, she will take care, and she will do everything. And that has been happening in many of our lives. We have seen Parashakti appearing in so many ways, so many possibilities, even in a human form, to bless us many times. If we have noticed that very keenly and guiding us into more and more the higher reality. The more truth is, she enjoys being with you, she enjoys to manifest with you, she enjoys you. If you understand that, you will be in abundance and completely in manifesting all the powers. It is not you recognizing her, but she already has recognized you because you are here manifesting the powers. If you are in this session, be very clear. She is sitting there with you. Otherwise, without her blessing, we cannot appear or happen in this reality. So be very blessed that she is showering on you. She is there to manifest as your reality. Only thing we need to do is for us to understand this higher cognition, we have to chant the Mahavakya and surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Bhagavan, constantly my mind is going on something which is not true. I know that. I can shut down during my sleep. So let me shut down now also and reside in only Devi's smile, Devi's beautiful gestures, Devi's abundance of love that she's overpouring in all of us, and uncompromised compassion that she has for each one of us, meticulously attending to everything. Nobody on planet Earth can even think of the unimaginable things that she is here for us. And if you understand the whole science, you will be in mind-boggling space whether it is possible. She is showering on us, and for us to understand, let's be in gratitude. That is the only space that we can receive her and understand her, the higher reality. Only the gratitude is the highest space where we simply manifest our reality in the shortest time. So, in deep gratitude and love with Paramashiva, Parashakti, you will manifest all the reality. That is the only space again and again will open up the new dimension in you. Let's have one more short cycle and chant the Mahavakya intensely and feel the oneness Shaktipada, how you enjoy the outer world. If you little bit enjoy the inner space of Parashakti, who you are, simply a new dimension will show you that you are manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya loudly, not just listening. Please go ahead and start chanting because the chanting reflects in your inner space as new conscious space, raising your frequency. Let's end.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम् Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. This is a short cycle. Whatever you have experienced as oneness with Paramashiva, Parashakti, as prasada you have received, share the prasada with the world. Always they say, share the prasada. Because the more you share the prasada, it becomes more and more reality in your space. the blessings that we share. Somebody sent our video, that's why we are connected today to this whole science. You sharing the videos, maybe it'll take 2 minutes work, but you sharing your experience, it can be as little as you just experience your Kundalini Shakti. And there are millions who have not even known what is Kundalini Shakti or the heat when you're holding the coconut. These are the manifestation. When you start celebrating that, you are recognizing the space of Paramashiva. Simply the Parashakti starts manifesting more and more in you. That is why Bhagavan says, enriching and causing is how we raise ourselves to the higher reality, get grounded. All that we are manifesting for us to get over the fluttering period and get stabilized with power manifestation is happening through the causing. And that is sharing your videos, your powerful cognition, your pictures to the friends and families, tagging them, and you can share it in tinyurl.com/power manifestation or any other social media platform. And if you can, as so many are contributing already, if you can drop a coin, why we ask you to contribute is to establish your inner space in these power manifestation that you are Paramashiva. How you buy a tea or a coffee is the same brand because you love it and you vote for it every time you spend the money for it. Same way, your Kailasa space, again and again, your inner space that I am Paramashiva, you establishing that is why every temple has a hundi, and we drop a coin as kids when we see the stamba and drop a coin and say, Bhagavan, make all our wishes true. We call it wishing well also. All that is again and again told to us so that we know the higher reality of us, that we can manifest all these powers as our reality. And that is possibility. We have seen so many evidences of so many people manifesting, so we can also experience that. With thanking you and completely surrendering to Bhagwan's lotus feet, let's end this session with a Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. We have Venkateshwara Bhava Darshan. So the preparations and the pre-satsang, the pre-hosting will start, and you can really get into the Bhava, being in all these sessions and beautifully receive Venkateshwara abundance in your life. Thank you. After that, we'll see you in Power Manifestation. Thank you, Nithyanandam.